Oh. Hmm. There, that's good. I think. Put the water like at that level. So some. It's lit. It's lit. Do I already have this? Yeah, I do. What do we need to do here? We need maybe the sample files will show us what we need. View files, view files. That's cool. I'm pretty sure this has is a GitHub or something linked to it. My bin here. What do we do? To figure out these from our values, I think we have to do it. Not something I wanted to do. I actually don't want to do anything. As typical. But this is 4.1. We gotta close that real quick. Destroy our project. 4.5. Let's do a 4. I could use 6. It could be fun. Oh, texture. Noise is simplex smooth at that height, I guess. Whatever works, man, right? Oh, I haven't made noise here. Yeah, let's do that. Some noise there. You know, just all the noise. Why not? Uh-oh. I gotta go. Gonna get in trouble. Secret. Whew, locked in, huh? Hey, Ratchet Knight, sorry, just coming out here. You really did it. To me, you are the number one Godot developer I know. Wow, I missed some chats. Somebody said that like 5 minutes ago. That's a little kudos right there. I'm just locked in on this. I love environment stuff, and I'm not very good at it, but I just love doing it, and I love it's like we can take this sky effect down and kind of get our horizon back, and now we're getting there. I don't know if I want to make it at night or not. We can really like play with this exposure, and we could like get this really dark feel. I think it looks better lit. Um, but let's go ahead and drop a Cogito player. Cogito player. Let's see how tall it. What? Yeah, there we go. Okay, so now we've got the dithering going on too. Let's see, where am I? All right, so if I test the scene, there's a good chance it won't work. Ah, it's working. It's definitely looking a little extreme with this color limiter. It's kind of cool though. Also, my island is traversable in about a half a second, so that's not quite what we want. I am locked in. I lock in every day, but I only lock in when it comes to game dev. I just distracted when it comes to work. It's just so interesting to me that this let's get rid of this. Well, we could actually adjust the shader a little bit. Color levels, let's do 64, dither strength 0.1. Hell yeah, I'm nowhere to be found. Where the fuck am I? Wrong component. Pick up item. All right, let's double the size of this import. Thinking about do I want to double the import? Yeah, we'll double this. Let's do 50 root scale. Let's see if that's too big. Mm-hmm. No, if we sync the island, it should be fine. There, let's check that out. Put the house over here. So we're making a little like a horror game for a buddy tonight. We're just working on something a little different, just kind of switching it up. This doesn't seem like it'd be big enough for a home. We need to like double it and double it again. So let's go 100. It's fine. I'm just gonna keep getting bigger. That means we have to take this density of fog down to like 2. Will it be like Shutter Island? It's gonna be exactly like Shutter Island. You nailed it. That's an interesting movie I saw a very long time ago. I'll tell him that. He's writing the script right now. He's like a movie maker and a screenwriter. So he's doing all the story, and I'm just gonna do all the mechanics and puzzles and stuff. So we're gonna make like a little a villa of some sort on this island. And this is just kind of a test. Yeah, scream. It's kind of looking cool with this this with this filter. I kind of like the filter, the dithering, but tell you what, let's take a look at it without it. It looks a lot boring. It looks way more boring. Like even with just like taking that off, it's like lost a lot of the charm. Obviously the terrain is not final. Like we'd paint this with textures that are more interesting. But if we just tap this on again, it just suddenly just becomes like just a little more something, right? Just like, and now we got to figure out where we're going to build our home. Gives a VHS retro feel. Yeah, we could, we can even crank these values up. Like, I turned it way down, but this is what it was at. I think it was like at, holy shit. Yeah, that's pretty cool. But I think that's a little distracting. So I think maybe right in between. Let's go 0.2. The color levels, enable color limitation. Yeah, noise time. Yeah, we don't have fog on because the fog is generated by Godot's volumetric fog. Come on, God, I'm gonna die. Oh God. Okay, maybe I can get up there when I regain my stamina. But there won't be a lot of like action. It'll be more like puzzle solving. So we're gonna use a first-person controller where we're usually using third person. So let's see if this. I think this location is gonna be better for the island because it's. I mean the building. So let's try that. Let's put ourselves over here. Yeah, this is more flat and kind of has a better feel to it. And like, yeah, we can definitely build up. We can build our house to just kind of do this number, and then we have a rock down there. Yeah, this will be the like the lookout area, and that'll be the flat area. I think we can do this. Yeah, this is just supposed to be like fuck! I fucking died. I loved it. Felt good. We're making these immersive experiences, that's what we're after. Let's go CSG body. So what can you do with this? You can make anything. This is going to be a real interesting little challenge here, but we're going to actually build out our entire house using a CSG combiner. And that just means a bunch of blocks. And I don't know how to do this, but we're going to figure it out, and it's going to be fun. We're just going to tap some values, and we're not going to take a whole lot of time to do this. We're not going to build like an actual architected house, but we will not make this square. Which axis do we want to reduce? We want to reduce the x-axis, I think. Yeah, because that's going to be our main. And then we'll build a staircase up to there. Maybe we could sink it in here then and introduce a little extra here. And then that'll make it feel, yeah, there we go. Excellent, excellent. It's a little, I want it to be kind of like BoJack Horseman's house, Just like kind of. We also have another, they sent me, I should really do this in Blender, but let's go get the, this is the island that they wanted. And I was like, yeah, this is like $50. Tell you what, let me just block it out and see what it looks like. And I was like, I'm not convinced that this looks that good. And I was like, we can get these assets. These are not, but like I think the floor plan is very good. Like this is a nice view here, but I'm not real crazy about the rest of it. I'm definitely not crazy about paying $50. If we can get this L shape here, then we're halfway there, right? I don't think the pool, I mean, like this is such a weird, like that's not even something, that's like 4 walls. And I was like, tell you what, let me see if I can build it. I don't know if I can build it, but we're gonna find out. Let me pull that over to my other screen and just make it smaller. Yeah, mine is a little more dynamic. And yeah, we're not gonna take long to do this. It's gonna be like maybe, you know what? A great idea is let's do a little timer. Let's go Pomodoro timer. This is like a little, we'll give ourselves exactly 25 minutes on this. And then when that rings, shit out of luck. Okay, that's what we're going to say. But yeah, I think, you know, vibes wise, mine's going to be, you know, kind of more, we're just going to have more fun. So we have our floor here. And we'll do, this should be thicker. And then when we do this, what is this saying to me? Empty shape. Manifold. What does that mean? Never seen that error before. Let's just delete it. Okay. More meshes. Oh, I didn't put a CSG mesh in there, did I? I said a regular mesh. That's funny. So 19.1.27. That's easy. 19.1.27. And we will just bloop that one. Much better. We should use an actual CSG. And so what this will do is combine all of the meshes that we throw in here with a rule. Okay. I'm thinking about wrapping around this way. It's kind of using the geometry of the island. Yeah, let's do that. Let's go crazy this way. Let's go 40. Yeah, I really like that idea. And we'll cut it. Watch this. This one will be a subtraction. Boom. Look at that. That's so cool. And that's how we're going to build this. A hole for the pool. Hell yeah. Genius idea. Watch this. Just make that pool shaped here. We're going to go walk around this in a second. We get this infinity pool type thing going, right? Yeah, okay. I'm digging it. This is going to be a staircase down, so let's add a box. Another fucking, what do we got? Polygon? I don't want to make a polygon. We'll just do more boxes because those are familiar and we can tilt these. So let's do like 10, 10, tilt, like negative 35. Yeah. Come on over here, friend. Transform, reset, drag inside here, pull up. This is like, I want a staircase, you see. And then we're just going to test how this works. This is the only way I know how to model so far because Blender is too complicated for me. Yes, good enough for government is what they say here in my neck of the woods. So this is a cool thing. If you don't know about this, you finish a block out in Godot, you get export to shape to Blender Maya. Yeah, more likely I would hand it off to an artist and say, hey, look, this is what I was thinking. Just make it way better for me, right? But it's so nice because you can just go bake collision shape. It'll throw this collision shape in here, and then all you need is a static body. You drop that in here, and boom, we're good. So this can be tested. We'll go get our player, make sure he's centered on here. He seems to be, yeah, about the right size now. thinking? Where is he? Ooh. So let's test. We'll probably have to put it in a smaller screen, but I like the big screen. Oh yeah, it's looking good for a pool size. Hell yeah. That's cool. I love that look out there. That's good. And the sun is out here on the pool. Okay, okay. Then if we go down here, this is too steep. So you can put a Blender file in Godot and you can like save and it'll import it straight into Godot, you know. Let's see what that looks like. That's a little not steep enough, is it? But it's fun to be able to kind of walk around and let's do 30. Somebody should look up like what's the, you know, official. Yeah, that's good enough. Okay. Yeah, I feel like I could step down that, especially if we create some flat ones with it. Like, oh yeah, that's the play. How to make a staircase, you know. Yeah. Yeah, that feels great. That feels great. And now this will go down to another like little lookout. Um and yeah, we'll keep building. So I'll take the big box and we'll put up some walls and we're gonna ship it. You know, we'll probably be at our 25-minute mark before we know it. Then we just need this to be much smaller on this 20 by 21, sure. It's a very fun thing to do. Is just kind of switch up the medium you're working in. Oh yeah. And then we do the same thing up here in terms of building a staircase up. So we've already got one staircase, so let's copy that. Hey, it's Ratman Earthbenders. I think there's a snapping out of a place in 3D. So Shift G will respect collisions while moving. Oh, interesting. Interesting, yeah. Imagine a giant freighter or lighthouse in the distant masked by fog. Any scary would be, yeah. Let's just go. I mean, I love all these ideas. Keep them coming. So sorry if I didn't see them for a sec. I had my source image on top of the chat, but you know, cylinder mesh, just you know, say 20, 20, 50. So that's a lighthouse. 10, 10. You know, what's out there? Now we've got this ambient CG. So what it would be made out of? Block. I'm locked in a little bit, but yeah, and I don't have any collision in the CSG mode right now. So I'm kind of YOLOing it. Get that source image off of there. But we're just doing something a little different today, which is we're time boxing a you know, oh, the bricks one is kind of cool, but you know, probably want something darker than that. Make unique. UV, just throw triplanar on there. And 0.2. Yeah, I can kind of see that. Yeah, I think that's got to be a different color. I could throw like some emission on it or something to make it a different color, but we'll see if albedo does it. It doesn't. It doesn't do anything. So, like, gentle red. I don't know. Anyway, so now we have something out in the distance, but it's like in the sun. So lighthouse on the other side, freighter. We could also go to like Sketchfab and just grab a ship. All right. Let's get a low poly ship. The pain of suffering building things at increment. Yeah. I can tell you I've worked CSG before. The nice round numbers you're choosing for everything. I have not worked with CSG before. This is like, I've only built like one thing in it, but this is meant to be basically a block out for an island that my buddy wants to make a horror game on, like, and I was like, sir, we're not paying $50 for this shit. I can't use Blender, but I'll tell you what I'll do. I will get you a little bit of a island. I'll get you some vibes. If you want it at night, you want it at night. If you want it in the daytime, we can test with a block out, right? And I was like, think about the puzzles that you might want. Think about the kind of the, ooh, I think we need to search yacht. Oh God, how do I spell that word? I think I got it. What do we got? Free low poly yacht. This looks, it's not as big as, we want like the biggest yacht of all time. Oh, that's a cool little floating thing. Freighter. I know I'm limiting myself with this low poly thing, but that's part of the intention. We have 13 minutes left on our timer. What are we gonna do? Thinking face. Let's try polydot pizza. I love polydot pizza, but ooh, cruise ship. That could be cool. The Titanic. That's cute. Yeah, let's just, I guess we could throw a cruise ship out there. It's got 5K triangles. This one's kind of the best, though. Let's grab it. Nothing permanent. You know, it's called The Letter Opener is the name of the scary game. Yeah, we'll call it yacht. Perfect. Polydot pizza, baby. Yeah, I mean, you can't really learn everything and there is to learn in game dev. You can pick and choose, like, you know, which skills you're gonna have. You've got to specialize a little bit, but at the same time, being a generalist is very beneficial because there's just so many things, and even when you're making a game, it's just limitless, and that's what appeals to me in many ways. It's why game dev is so exciting. It's because there's never, there's no skill cap, and I'm always attracted to like games that reward pushing yourself and practicing and learning new skills, right? So that is definitely the case. I'm just gonna throw like 100. Okay, 100 was a little much. 25. That's a lot too. I'll throw it out in the distance. I think we'll kill this. Oh, we could tween it. We could tween it in a circle. All right. Hell yeah. He's a super mysterious out there. I love it. Great idea, folks. This is why we work together. Billionaire, yeah, antagonist. Yeah, so yeah, when you fed up with something, you can just move on. And yeah, tonight, like, I wasn't feeling, well, my friend texted me all these ideas for his horror game, and I'm like, yeah, that sounds doable because like kind of an environmental, horror games are smaller in scope, and they're one shot sort of experiences, I've never made one, and I'm not a horror game player, so it'll be interesting to see kind of what happens. Because you know they have the benefit of being constrained um, to a setting like this where we can pack it with puzzles and narrative without having to even create characters, right? Like you'll never see a soul out here, but you'll get a sense for the people who are out there, the people who are responsible for your condition, right? Like I've been watching a channel called Indie Game Toolkit, and in that channel he talks about a couple ways to limit your scope, and one of those is to avoid characters, right? Or again, like you can't do everything, and like I'm not actually concerned with these things snapping perfectly and being aligned. It would be nice, but I'm not actually gonna sit here and do that because we have a time box, 8 minutes on this task. Did this rotation? How about this one? I think the rotation here for this needs to be 180, and then they will snap. There we go. Okay, all we got to do is walls. But it is definitely time for a play test, so here we go. Let's check it out. Oh, yeah. Okay. There's the yacht. Just a little like foghorn, and we just cover up that rock. We've got our plane here. I did not bake the collision shape yet, but we can kind of see like there could be something up there. Some, maybe this one down here is a wood texture, but it definitely needs to be a little smaller. Okay. I need you to... Is there a way to... You can lock it. How about that? Now, will that let me click on this? I want to pass through. I know there might be a way to do that. Use local space. I want this one to always be. I swear I was having this ability to click these. Maybe I'm misunderestimating it. There we go. I clicked for some reason. Oh, that's the baked. Okay. Yeah, let's throw some walls up. CSG box, just all boxes all day. Yacht. Yep. We've got a yacht. We've got some sinister forces at play. And some sort of mystery to solve. So this is the sort of game that is doable by a small team. I'm happy to have a collaborator in this sense. We're gonna have to figure out a better way to do this than just kind of. I could, yeah, I could create a small box that is thin. But one thing about this box is that it could go out further this way. I was thinking about tilting it. You know, maybe it even does this. It could be fun. You know, maybe it does something like that. Just kind of, you know, architecturally interesting. At least to me. It doesn't have to be perfect. Maybe a lot of this does that. We're going to put a pool there, but we kind of actually need the box to, we need a box that will be the pool bottom, because you're going to want to jump in the pool, because of course. Okay. So we all get where we're going here. We're going to go like this. Delete this. And this is where the intersection and all the rules come in for, you know, perfect. Okay. Very well, very well. So one problem is that I think we'll have rock. Where's this one going? We have intersection. Do I have to make another subtraction? I thought that maybe that the subtractive box would hit both of them. Now that this is much larger. You know, it's just going to be a kiddie pool. Okay. No one's going to complain. And we only have a few minutes left on our time box, and we need to add walls, or our mansion doesn't really stand up. 2 minutes left. Yikes. Okay, more box. I am making a new level for a horror game that a buddy of mine wants to make, and I am kind of just doing something a little different just because he messaged me a bunch while I was at work today, and he was like, what about this? What about this? And I was like, okay, hold on. Let me see if I can build it real quick. The timer is to finish this level, and we have, we're like time boxing our, the craziest thing is that we're trying to build this entire, like, asset for, not this one, where is it? Anyway, we've got a yacht. We're trying to build like a floating palace for this guy where these puzzles in this horror game is going to take place. And so far it's been hard but fun. It's a fun experiment. We'll walk around this when the timer goes off inevitably. But right now we're going to try to get some, you know, how high are the ceilings here? I don't know. We'll find out. We can punch walls with the subtraction method, I believe. We can like do windows, right? So we'll do that. And then I want to try a window. Like, and we can duplicate when we have a good window. So let's get that in there. Subtraction. Boom. Yeah, that worked. So now we just make that one much longer. and taller. Oh yeah, that's cool. And then we'll be able to put a mesh on it for just, yeah, look how cool. We can do all this cool stuff with the CSG builder. The timer is out. Okay. Let's go put let's go look around. All right, so you click this button here and you bake a collision shape and you throw that in a static body and boom, you've got a whole map. Press play. Level design takes longer than you think. Yeah, that's why, when you think about indie games, you've got to, oh yeah, that's actually the perfect height for a pool. And I can just pull that up just a little bit, just so you can't see a piece of rock. Um, I'll go down here. That's really nice. I like that. Maybe it could be a little less long, but I actually kind of like how that works. Starting to feel like I've owned my own island. We've got the water looks all right. There's our yacht out there. Maybe it's not ours. Maybe it's a villain. Now, yeah, we're like 30% of the way there. So what I was going to continue, my Ratchet Knight says level design always takes longer than I think, and that's correct. So you have three things that you can reduce in terms of making a indie game. You can reduce your environments, you can reduce your characters, and you can reduce your gameplay. What do you call it? Mechanics. In the case of games like Paper Please or Valhalla, you still have plenty of characters, but they come to you in the form of like a graphic novel, right? You don't have to animate and move character bodies around. You stay in one place. But you still have this rich sense of the world. So in a narrative game, you can like put notes around, you can have newspapers, and news comes to you rather than having to be out in a world. So that's how I imagine this will work, to have no characters. We just see characters through text or over the radio. And this is all from Indie Game Clinic on YouTube. Like, they have a great video on Subtractive. I've watched this video, yeah, like a few times. Like, I thought this was clickbait, but I recommend it. I thought the title was really bad in terms of making me want to watch this, but he was right. Like, the other thing you can do is you can have fewer environments where you're kind of in one place. And, if I build one environment and it's good, then the problem that I'm thinking about with Shroom Cart is that Shroom Cart wants to have all three. It wants to have enemies that are characters that move about. It wants to have engaging environments, and it wants to have a ton of mechanics. So Shroom Cart is just, like, quite frankly fucked in its scope. And this will be like the third or fourth time that I've tried to make an extremely ambitious game and gotten closer. But this wants to have interesting environments, interesting physics that are very time consuming to make. And then also when we add enemy AI, like, maybe that all comes together and it's doable, but we'll certainly be blowing through a lot of timelines that I can't afford to blow through given I have a day job. Indie Clinic was my most watched channel last year. Maybe when our games are further along, he'll play test. He provides good feedback. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, after this video, this most recent video, and I'm definitely like going to watch more of his stuff. But I've seen like 2 or 3 really good videos now. And that one just really got me thinking about Shroom Cart, mushrooms and carts. And I've got no game. And I've got no way to make the game smaller because I want to add combat and I don't enemy AI. And I'm like, oh God, this is just gonna fail, isn't it? So what do we do? If anyone has any, maybe I should just call the indie game doctor, be like, Save me from myself. I love games like Valheim, and you know, all these and Dark Souls and stuff, and like, oh wow, you can grab those. Duh, I should be doing that way more. Oh, and then I think I can like hold control. Can I snap with there? I can snap with command. Yes, that's excellent. I should just do that. I've not done much with this yet. Yeah, it's a small room. Okay. Okay, this wall has to go. And I want it all for my game and many others, but yeah, it's just not compatible with. I could get this pool out further, like, and just make this more of the living room where we're at. Kind of appeals to me in some ways. And then have a true, or just like, yeah, just not do a pool for now. It's a nice idea for later. I like the pool. I just don't have the budget for it right now. Sorry. Because I want to be indoors and create some cool stuff. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. You could have a truly like epic, you know, hold command. I do think like this is the main footprint, and then there's like a wraparound porch or something. Yeah, let's do that. Take our first box, duplicate it. There's so much more room. Why limit ourselves? This is where we've got full budget here. Even then, I have limited myself in some ways. So I'm trying to respect the boundaries of the island. There we go. Okay, and now this can just be more open. Yeah, I mean, I think we're gonna wrap this up. I didn't time box my second round here. All right, so we're now in the garbage time is what they call it in garbage time, meaning you're cheating. And this is just gonna open up maybe into nothing. This will be the doorway. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, you can really go crazy here. I should have had my buddy look at this stream while I'm building this and be like, hey, is this, or it's actually better to present a full product instead and be like, don't show how the sausage is made. Because sure enough, this is sausage, right? Yes, I know that is in there, but my intention was to make this a tiny window. See? There we go. Now I'm feeling very modern. And now we just put a slap out roof on this baby. And then if we really want to have fun, we can do baked light map. Baked light map will basically take this scene and take it to the next level, right? Because it'll do light probes and all the light bouncing. It'll make basically Mirror's Edge. You know, I'm going to look that good. Oh, sick. Absolutely sick. Let's slap a roof on this bad boy and call it a day. Uh, I don't think I want a roof. Kind of like thinking that I ship it and just get his feedback first. Might need like, you know, iterate, test early, test often. So what I'm seeing here is that the opening is way too big and the windows are just a little too high. They might just be right though for now. But this has to come out. This has to change here. Because no, that's not structurally sound, really. I'm having a ton of fun doing this, though. I'll tell you that. All right, so do we do some stuff up this way? Maybe. Such good tools, so much fun. I might cheat and just drop the island a little bit, but that could have unintended circumstances. It's probably better that I do not cheat. Instead, we'll just widen this. We'll just pull this out a little further. Oh, it's going to be impossible to find that box. Actually, it's relative to this box, right? Eh. That's not a turn that really makes any sense, is it? Damn it. All right, it's just an architectural piece now. Happy with that. Yeah, I mean, I should definitely learn Blender. It's probably about this easy once I know all the hotkeys. I took one Blender tutorial and I was like able to do it. I was just like, yeah, if I go deep on this, then I won't have any time. Just kind of unfortunate. And yes, I've abandoned the whole concept of round numbers because reasons. It's chaos in here. It looks sick though. Let's see what the roof looks like. The roof is flat in the other inspiration piece. Here's the problem is now we've got to freaking materialize all this stuff. So what do we do? What do we do? Let's go get his piece again. Let's go look at his modular visit. We're way over time. We completely ignored the timer, didn't we? All right, so we've got wood, marble, lots of wood, and then sort of a warm tone on the walls, right? It's awful. I don't think this is yeah, I am having fun. Why time box fun, right? Yeah, let's just go with wood. So we have an ambient CG wood or wood flooring. Open material and ambient. Very interesting. It's all right. So flooring, wood floor. Holy moly, there's some good ones here. Wait, actually, wait. Perhaps I just put time box in my fun time more. It depends on you know, if your fun is if you are having fun, then no, right? Because there's a different kind of fun that's the kind of fun that you do where you feel like you just have to do it, and you feel more obligated, and it's no longer enjoyable activity. It's more of a I have to do the fun. And for me, that was like playing Dota 2, a game I honestly do love, but was more of a chore than fun at some point. We need like a marble. Maybe we do this marble flooring throughout because that could work. I like the warm wood in here, and it's like a teak almost. Feels kind of earthy. I kind of dig it. What's the smallest one? 1K, 1 JPEG. Still huge. You know what's great is I don't have any of this checked into source control, so we're YOLOing. Let's do this. That doesn't look right. Try triplanar. Usually just, oh, it's already triplanar. Okay, we'll try scale. All right, now let's do this one and get some marble. That might even be the same one they use, you know? Let's just search for marble. I think there's more. There's a lot more. Baby, let's go. It's kind of fakey. I do like the ones without lines on them. Let's check this one out. It's too, yeah, this one's gonna have more contrast. Let's take one look at this one though. It's kind of nice too. Ooh, kind of a warmer one. This could be it. Yeah, I like the variation there. Let's go back here. This material will be marble. Oh, I have 2 marbles? What's the diff? Ah, it's ugly. It's too... Well, actually... If it could just be brightened up just a bit. But I do think we owe it to ourselves to try a more white. Yeah, let's get one more neutral. It's tough. This is fun though. Yeah, I've clicked on 21 twice, so is that the ticket? Nah, fuck it. Just want to lighten this one up slightly, and I'm not sure exactly how I do that. Just make it transparent with a little... Oh, I can do that, but it's already as bright as it could be. I could cool it off slightly. That could work. Yeah, maybe inject some yellow into it. That feels fine. We're gonna move on. The walls. This is gonna be tough, but here they're just this grayish, like, I don't want to say popcorn, but they have no texture to speak of. It's like a... Wall. Plaster. Dark. Leather wall. Beautiful. What is this, though? Asphalt. That's not appealing to someone with a... It's a concrete. Could look for like a dark concrete. I don't think concrete looks nice. Let's do plaster. Just get a toned one. Paint. Painted wood. These are really cool. I never looked at paint before. I feel like I could get this to be what I needed. Metal. It's important to think about the roughness because these materials come with like specular or shiny versus dull. So let's just do painted plaster. We're gonna not overthink it. It has a nice triplanar checkbox. That's kind of cool. All right, so the rest of these are just gonna be plaster, okay? And then I'm just gonna darken it a little. Anyway, let's go take a look. I like the wall. Wall looks good. Just leave it. I think we're gonna just call it because we've gotten to the point where we feel like this is starting to make sense. Like, you know, I think the walls could be a little. We're gonna reduce the shininess on that, or we're gonna change the sun position because I don't think I have shadows on right now. So let's do shadow on. And then we don't want it to pour straight into the front of the house. You know, it's like maybe this is better than lower in the sky. Shroom card horror map. Yeah, that's what I should do. I should pivot to like a horror game. You know, horror games are doable. This metallic 0. Don't reflect. Yeah, that's kind of feeling better. And we just need to throw some furniture in here. I like the yeah, I like the shininess of the marble. I think we could use the marble in a couple other places and we'd be good to go. I need a skybox. Yeah, I've got a physical sky on right now. It's not it's not tuned at all, but let's do it. I almost forgot about skybox. Free skybox. Not an AI. I know Ambient has some, so we'll go there first. Ooh, baby, these are some good ones. Okay. What if it eats shrooms? Yeah, studio. So we plan to have big evil monsters like deers and humans chase you like and try to eat you. So we want to have enemies, but enemies require enemy AI. So Pikmin is one of our inspirations, and we have this guy, the fucking these fuckers. So look at those. Those are our. We were gonna make something like that, but you know it's hard to program enemy AI. I love how this one has a like the whole damn yeah ocean. Oh, there's so many good skies. That's a cool one. Morning sky. Oh, there's good ones. I think we'll try this one. I think I like it. Can I get it from the plugin? Ooh, sheesh. Ooh, cool. Evening sky. Morning sky. The problem is like I don't know if this is the right. If does it know what type of material this is, or is it just like we might want a bigger one, but it's already huge. Because it might be able to find it if I just go like this. Panorama sky, right? What the fuck is that? Pikmin with friends sounds like a very cool game. Pikmin with friends does sound like a very cool game. I don't know that I can make a game that is that cool, right? Like that sounds cool too. Yeah, it's just like it's tough because let's say Eve. Ooh, so oh man, that's the one I want, right? This looks good. All right, let's go. This is tough. We'll go right into the island. Open that with the zip. When I saw yours, I knew you were a good game dev. It looked very fun. Yeah, I mean, like I said, I got lots of cool things going on, but there's no game. I'm not, I mean, it's not really a game yet. I've got all these, like, you know, different features. You know, it's a great little game. It's very fun. But the problem is that we now have to make a challenge because all games are fun because of the challenge, but it could easily become frustrating if the physics don't work. You know, it's like, or if the enemies aren't interesting. And I'm gonna keep working on it. We're not working on it right now, but we will be. Ooh, that's bright. How did that get so bright? Maybe I can bring the directional light down even further. Or just less intense. I need to rotate it. Yeah, looking good. Um, it looks like we need more of a full like we're above the horizon, right? So what do we what's the fix? There we go. Yeah, that's better. Hmm. It's close. It's kind of moving a lot. Got to figure out. It's not FOV. It's not rotation. So do we have to like? Don't rotate it. He's so mad. That's fine. Yeah, we'll just keep it on the horizon. And what do I do about the? Okay. How about this? We make a mesh go to 1 billion. Just add a couple zeros for our water shader. That doesn't feel like a good compute. That's kind of what you got to do, though, isn't it? One more zero, that'll fix it. Not even. It's not panorama. No, unfortunately, it's like it's a hemisphere. And I think because we're, can you lower the skybox? That's what I was trying to do. And I think, what is this? I cannot lower the sky that I know of. I think because the image, I could go edit the image. We're going to give this a shot. I think the trying to reason about how to get this done. What if I just reduce the size? Just chop off the bottom. Okay. That worked, but it's too much. And we have too much ocean now. Yeah, we're getting there. You know, what it takes when you're a game designer to, you know, you've got to know a lot of different tools. And yeah, that'll work for today. Fuck it. Absolutely YOLO. We'll just make our edit just a little less crazy. We will cut off just a little bit. Try again. Yeah. Perfection. And we'll throw our we can definitely change how where the sun is. Like the sun is behind the yacht now, but we could move the yacht. But I think maybe we'll put it to our right. And that is a simple rotation. That is a rotational option I am allowed to do because this just spins the world like a real world. Oh, so we'll just put it off to the left. Yeah, so that way it's dark, and then the dramatic. Yeah, excellent. Okay, folks. That's cool. And it almost matches our shadow that we chose. And, you know, now I've got like some reflections coming off. We need, do we have any fog on? You know, you've always got to have your fog, so we can turn that up a little bit. You may not need any fog on this map. Yes, we like fog. We do. We enjoy some fog out in the distance. It kind of helps make it a little. It almost feels like this should be a circle because you can almost see the point of the square right there where I'm looking. But again, for testing and being like, hey, you know what? On a single stream in about 1 hour, I built you a mock out, and we could like test some puzzles on this like fake island. It's just gonna be just enough to get you an idea of how things work. Put some stairs in that'll actually look like stairs, and you can come up here, and it'll be like, yeah, we'll make a couple of adjustments here and ship it, as they say. Just click around randomly until we get close to the one we want to edit. This one. This is where groups would be useful. Is it my yacht or is it a super villain yacht? We don't know. I want to do wood up here just because I feel like it. Should we do wood down there too? Yeah, sure. All right, let's go. We've got the modular mansion here. Let's see what kind of tacky ass shit they put in here. Okay, we can get some chairs for sure. They've got a speedboat. They've got a dock. Yeah, these type of chairs are really good. What have they got on the interior? I kind of liked their interior shot. Where is it? Oh yeah, this one. So they have a dining room table, couch, bar, that sort of stuff. A rug. Oh gosh, a rug. Rug is really easy. Let's do that. It's just a mesh, right? Carpet. Hmm. I think a nice blue one would look nice, right? Exactly. The best mesh. Let's say it's a plane. It's like, let's say 5x9, like it's like a real rug that you get from the IKEA. Here it comes. Boop. I've never really seen Z fighting in this engine. Not very much, at least. I think my thing is broken. Okay, there it goes. Okay. Yeah. The problem with Godot materials, they all come with this damn specular. I've got a shiny rug Does that make any sense in any world that this rug is shiny? So please, can we just have in the metallic 0 by default, please? Okay, it's a little dark now. How do I brighten something without... Oh, I'm in trouble. Could take it into the other game, the other thing. Excellent. Got a good text, cute text. Okay. I think there's a way to make things brighter, but I don't care. Let's go get some furniture and call it a day. Oh, let's say couch. We need like a sectional. Low poly is kind of useful here. So this one might be it. 28K triangles. Goodbye. 190. Even crazier. You think I'm made out of triangles? Perfect. 13.2. All in one, inclusive. I can't afford that many triangles. That's many, many triangles. And the fun part about this is that all of these assets will never be released because when we remake the game, we'll just have someone actually make all the assets properly so they match and look good. If he was going to pay $50 for a island he can't even like modify, right? Like it's a big couch. We'll come down by 100. There, it's still too big. Still too big. Okay, we can take that. So short. I have a couple of options. Can I make the player just ever so slightly taller? Yeah, my couch has to be smaller. I wish I was a little bit taller. I wish I was a baller. I wish I had a girl I would call her. Damn, I'm still short as hell. All right, we gotta get a little taller. Let's get taller. How high am I? How tall am I? 1.7 meters. 6 foot, 5'5". We're 2 meters now. We're 6'7". Okay, that's fine. We're now 6'7". Oh no, I said the number. I love it. I'm having so much fun. It's a nice one. It's a good one too. Just get this. I should actually just got this house and just plop it on there. Some nice assets. Three 1.3 million. No, thank you. Whew, I've been going a while. I need to take a break. It's really nice of people to make these available. And again, I'm not going to be using any of this long term, just for fun and Patio chairs. Say high end. I really want some like, lounge chair. Outdoor. And it's cheap. That's cool. Some nice chai. Kind of deep in it now. Barcelona chair. Let's say modern chair. Outdoor chair. That's it right there. I have an idea. Oh, I'm still in the game with the stools. Okay. I am kind of done with this for now, which is kind of good to be, a good place to be, you know. Can I sit in this? That's cool. What that looks like. Okay. The fuck? You can click on these to zoom into them? Holy shit. You fucking kidding me? That's so cool. Oh my god. Godot every day. Just every fucking day there's something cool. How do you even compete with that? It's so damn cool. Which way is the sittable going to be pointing is the question. So I have a sittable here. Does it show me? It kind of shows me, doesn't it? Is that it? I'm really enjoying this little space I created, you know? Definitely feels like the end of the world. There's just one thing left to do, and it's to go whole hog. I'll be right back, and we're going to go whole hog. More water. Okay. We are going to go whole fucking hog here. We're gonna quit Godot. And we are gonna swap over something we have not worked on in a while. See if we can get that to work. Ocean waves, baby. This is one of the most impressive Godot demos I've never had it used for. But there's like a, I don't know, it could work. Oh, baby. We're at 20 FPS. That's no good. Unitest. Catch me up, King. What's happening here? We are currently creating a little horror game, but we need ocean because it's taking place on a mysterious island. So right now, I was doing a shader, an ocean shader with a displacement, and I'm afraid. Okay, that's fine. Thalassophobia. Well, you tell me. Are you going to be scared of this? Because it's very spooky. There we go. Oh, God. We have the errors are scary as fuck right now. Think about the out of bounds there. What on earth just happened? Let's try again. Looks good, though. I think this is from that issue. Let's see if there's been updates. He updated it last year, and he built this beautiful demo, and unfortunately, it doesn't work on Mac, which is what I'm on. We're gonna get it to work on Mac because someone has a pull request here. Fix binding validation errors. That's right. Excellent. This one. I mentioned this pull request. I will pull this baby in right now. Universe main. That's what I'm gonna be. Get remote V. I have so many remotes on this. That's right. We love pulling this shit. Get we're too old to be doing Git. Okay. Now we just reload it and pray it works. All right, there we go, baby girl. Looks great. Pog. Okay, now next step. So we are currently working on a little horror game where we have a friend of mine who is creating a script for a horror game with puzzles on an island, and he wants like a villa, and he was going to pay $50 for an asset, and I was like, you know what, let me see if I can make it for you. So we just kind of slapped together some polygons here, and put some textures on it, and take a seat. But I noticed our water is kind of looking like a little lackluster. So why not? Yeah, escape room type. Yeah, something like that. So we're going to be able to, we're using a system called Cogito, which is an asset in the Godot universe. And we're using some ambient CG, textures. And we're just kind of making a little sample where he can have something that we can modify together. So we just kind of threw this island with a height map. But our next challenge is to open up a separate editor and drop that cool ass water into this water. And now this is going to be a interesting challenge because the two are different, but I'm pretty confident we can pull it off. So if we go to examples, we go to water. Where's the water? Water. Ocean waves. All right. So how this works. We have a main, we have all the stuff. I think that the project settings are particular to that too. So we might need to inspect a few of those because of the rendering pipeline. But we're just going to go for it. We're going to just take this assets. I think we need this as well. So let's get that first, just for ease of use here. Load that. Project, we can turn that on. Plugins, image GUI, reload. And there you go. So we're gonna have an evil island shortly. Let's say ocean waves in a new folder. Here we go. 1, 2, 3. Could that be it? Pray. This is just for testing, so we can kind of go a little nutty here. And it didn't find my water because I think the main one is in this. So we'll need to edit it because this is a exact path. This is something you can do where you can use the UUID, the UID, and then it will be able to find it wherever. But because this path says exactly this, we need to change them all to be prefixed with ocean waves. So let's go over there. Check it out. What we do is called fix dependencies. We didn't get the main script for one. So no, we did. It's right there. So we'll be able to ocean waves main for that. Let's see if the rest worked. Okay. Open anyway. So now we need water matte sprayer. We're in the matte sprayer, matte water. Okay. Matte spray emitter. Let's see if this material is the one that we need. This is missing. There's a couple of things missing here. There's a lot of things missing. But that's okay. Pull it up at the right time. The scene looks amazing. Is it a Go editor? Is Godot editor a replacement for VS Code or an addition? I'm using the file system a lot. Yeah, so Godot is an entire game engine. And it uses the code editor. So this is the code. And you can encode things in here, but The scripts are called GD script. And usually they're pretty short functions like this, and it's a lot like Python. And Godot is a competitor to like Unity and Unreal. And it's great for small time developers, and it's great for hobbyists. It's great for people who want to learn because it's very easy just to pick it up and learn it. I started a while back, and I will play a project that I think is a little more understandable. And we'll come back to that other one. But I have a game here where I can select a world. We'll select the river world, and we can do multiplayer because that's what I do best with 3 instances. And when we boot this project up, it's going to create 3 games. Each one of these is a player that we can connect, create a lobby, connect, join the lobby, join the lobby. Everybody can pick their color, and then we can even chat. And so then we start the game. Everybody's going to go in. And we're all here. So the way this works is we have networked multiplayer. I'm in the process of adding a hammer, so that doesn't work yet. But the fun part about the game is that everybody can run around, become a ragdoll, bounce around, grab these carts, and we can drive the cart around, and then we could put another player like in the cart, and then we can drag him wherever he wants to go. And then if he wants to get out and grab a different cart, he can do that. And then we have a train of carts going. Oh, he dropped it. The distance, I've got to go a little slower. But we've got like these rocks and stuff that we can like toss around. And so I like to make games. This is how you make a game. You make a game in Godot. And the editor, you can see this is my player character. He's got a bunch of boxes and stuff around him. But he's got a little mushroom hat on. He's going to be a mushroom game. And then you like make menus. So there's a menu here with the items that we can do. There's ragdoll, interact, throw. You can respawn, quit. Yeah, I got to do that value better. So let's get in there. Okay. So now we should be able to play with this guy. All right, he's got it. Now, as long as I don't run, we should be able to pull these along the way. They just bounce. It is not deployed anywhere. It's in progress. I've got a couple of games on my itch.io that you can play. You can even like get one that's pretty similar here on my itch. If you open up 2 instances of Chrome, you can play this Friend Gem demo and kind of toss rocks around. You have to go like this and then grab another one, and it works in the browser because this is using a technology called WebRTC, but it's just a Snow version without all the cool stuff that I'm showing you. But if we connect here in the browser, we can see that lobby. But we could create a new lobby, and we could join that lobby, and then we could start that here. So now these guys are still playing. And what's cool about this game is that, you know, there's drop in, drop out multiplayer. So this guy could just quit. And now these 2 are still in the session and can still play. I think this is bugged. So I've got to upload a new build. Sometimes it bugs, you know, sometimes we have bugs. Those are just not working. Oh, there it goes. Finally. So you press tab to get in there, and I'll quit this. So this is like just a smaller subset where we have in browser, and this you can make web games with Godot. You can make mobile games with Godot. You can make anything you want to make. 2D games. 2D games are a lot easier to start with. There's lots of great YouTube tutorials out there on 2D games. I make 3D multiplayer games, which is kind of like game dev on hard mode. So, but I've been doing it for a little while now. He's gonna dunk it. The rocks are easier to throw. But yeah, I'll get all this going, fixed up, and deployed one day. So we're gonna open up the letter opener. It's super dope. I've been passionate learning about Godot, but I hadn't realized the possibilities. 3D multiplayer games are right up my alley. I'm getting a DevOps right now. So for server infrastructure, stuff like that. Yeah, so I am familiar with DevOps and AWS. I had a dedicated server on EC2 running Godot to basically manage instances and stuff. And so the lobby system you see that I have is WebSockets. And the WebSockets are basically a chat app in TypeScript, and it manages sessions by polling. And the infrastructure for that is very simple. It's ephemeral and there's no backing data store. You just connect, and I don't have any auth in front of it or anything. It's just simple. So this is written in TypeScript, and this, even has a README about deploying this WebSockets lobby system. And then I actually deploy it through Cloudflare on a Cloudflare worker, which is more like Lambda or Lightsail or something. I don't know. I was tired of AWS charging me way too much money. $5 a month is way too much money in my book. Water material. I'm trying to think about how I would undo and then redo this. What have we got here? Have we got anything called main in this brute? There's a good chance we could just, yeah, possible. So open source, generally, or just, yeah, you should definitely learn Godot. So the way that you learn Godot is you get the engine and you download the latest for your machine, and then you go to YouTube and there's a million tutorials. For my stuff, it's technically open source, but there's no point in contributing to it. It's not really a prod. Some people use it. I've got like 3 or 4 people using it, but it's not big time. What you want to do is learn how to make brackeys. Brackeys is like the best guy around to teach you how to make a Godot game. And he'll tell you how to jump and do all the velocity and inputs. And then there's a guy, Battery Acid Dev. He will tell you how to make a multiplayer for beginners. And that's who I learned from. And you just search Godot multiplayer, he comes up no matter what. But my stuff, yeah, no one's contributing to that. I contribute to some other projects though. Water material. What if we just get bold? What if we do this? Projects I recommend. Like I said, I think Brackies on YouTube will teach you a lot. There's a guy named Heart Beast, YouTube Godot, like I learned through YouTube. You can learn anything on YouTube these days. And that's, one of the cool things about these days is that you just got to be determined. If you want to do it, you can do it. And I think there's something really cool about that. Is that there are no barriers to learning. The main barriers are self-imposed in a way, right? Let's do that. I'm going to reload the project. You can distract me all you want. That's why I'm here. No worries. Oh, so now they think they're in the right place. I like to answer questions. I like to help people, you know. It helps me learn as well. And I'm part of why I do this is to be social. Let's think here. Did we just get a clean bill of health here? Let's reload one more time. Number of cascade shatter. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah, let's do that for sure. I actually don't know what it is, but that's okay because we can open 2 Godots at the same time. Two Godots at the same time. That's right. He's dual track drifting. All right, so we've got one Godot here. We got another Godot here. Fun fact, a Godot is a Godot game, and Godot is built in Godot. So when you're running Godot, it's actually running a game, and you're building your game in a game. And they built Godot in Godot. So, Godot. We are going to look at the project settings here. I'm not even joking. You can look it up. It's a really cool set of technologies, and it's one of the best open source projects out there. It's really, really cool. So I have this project settings. I'm going to pull it over here onto this other monitor that you're on, and then I will minimize that Godot, and then now I can copy them. Okay, number of cascades is a 3. It's a 3. So let's choose a 3. Done. Watercolor, black. The type is color. Add. These are globals. They're going to be accessible anywhere. Another color. This one is a more brownish. How do we get that? It's pretty close. A little bit less red. Perfect. The next one is a displacements. And that is a texture rect 2D array. Oh God. How do you even texture rect 2D array RD? Was that a custom type? A sampler? There. What does RD mean? This must be a custom resource. We've got a lot to learn here. So you can make a game where my character goes on computer and uses Godot. You could open Godot in your game if you feel like opening the Godot. I actually made a game where you can jump around on my screen. Like, so here are my chatters who are popping around, jumping around on my screen while I stream in browser. Here's another one where we move to 3D and people can jump around on my screen while I stream. So you can have a transparent window and then your character could interact with your file system if you feel like it. Godot's not just good for games, it's also good for UI applications. Like, it's better than JavaScript or Electron. Yeah, I was on a treadmill and I have one behind me. I just used it a lot all day and I'm tired. So, it's like the main boss is approaching. And that's funny because in that example, the cursor that I operated could like pick up players and disrupt them. So you can see my cursor has like an arrow in it. It can like knock people around, and so it's kind of like a interactive experience for my chat. Um, so you see how I've got two cursors in this example. Yeah, my cursor is a big hitbox. I like blew it up to be bigger, and yeah. This was the first version of it where I've got some basic code and then I go over here and then there's just a little guy jumping around. So thoughts on Unity and Unreal? And yeah, I mentioned those are other ways to make games. I tried making games in Unity and it's so slow and so cumbersome and very strange and awkward, and the software is just bad. It's just slow, it's ugly, it's hard to use, and you can learn it. There's lots of great assets in the Unity store. Lots of great games are made in Unity. I just think you have to go through a bigger learning curve. Godot is like so easy to learn and so fast. It's like lightning fast. You can see me like launching and, playing two at the same time, and it's just responsive, simple. So to me, between Godot and Unity, there's no question. Godot is uh, probably 20 times better, maybe 50 times better for someone who works solo like me or a small game developer who's just learning. Um, Unreal is going to be better if you are on a larger team or your project requires hyper realistic graphics. At that point, you could consider working in Unreal. You're going to have a different set of challenges. You're going to need a very strong PC. Unreal is very resource intensive, as you know, but you can accomplish a lot in Unreal. You can accomplish a lot in Unity, especially if you already know how to use either of them. I think that the learning curve for those engines is just so much more intimidating, uh, especially for someone like me who just did regular software. I didn't know where to start with either of those engines. So what do we do about the fact that this is all screwy? The fuck did I just do? Okay, let's do this. Been very impressed that you can squeeze out of Godot on your stream alone. Yeah, I mean, I can do. I mean, look at this simulation that we're in right here, right? This is beautiful, and I'm on a Mac, just like you know. And I've got dual stream. I'm streaming YouTube, Twitch, Discord's open, all this stuff's open. You know, it's like I definitely need like a little more juice in the system, but um, nothing is slowing down. Nothing's tough to render. And here's the other cool part is that if I go into export, you see this got Mac, Android, iOS, Linux, Windows, boop, export, get an exe. It's that easy. And like I can just do this right now. I can just go exe. That's it. It's ready to go to Windows. I just launched a player in a blank area. But we're working on this island. It's going to look so much better when I get this new water in. We'll be able to move that boat along the way too. What is virtual machine or dual boot or what? It's just I can distribute that. So the binaries will pack because it's very efficient. So what we did is we went to the export menu here. And so I have a Mac OS one that I run a lot, but I can also produce a Windows executable with this export.exe. And you can do that for any platform you want. You can even go to web, which I do a lot. You saw. I can do iOS. I can do Linux. No problem. I mean, it's really powerful that other engines can do this too, but these are really fast, you know, export presets. This project's probably going to just be Mac and Windows, but maybe Linux too. There's not a whole lot of Linux friends out there. I like Mac. Mac's the best platform for development. Windows is so anti-consumer these days. They just kind of hate people. They hate their customers. That's so cool. I think I just texture 2D array. So cool. Mac's number one was Lenovo guys have the best long-term employment. Yeah. Yeah, if you're thinking about employment, you know. And so I've got my Play Mac, the gaming Mac on right now, but I've also got the work Mac with the YubiKey. Uh-oh, physical security. Normals, displacements, cascades. See you later. Have fun. uh, it's type int, isn't it? It says it must be of type int. Did I not make it type int? It says 3. Global uniform. Keep reloading till it works. Uint. Must be of type int. What do you think that means, everyone? Oh, it's a uint. Unsigned integer. Duh. But why does it say... Now are you happy? I would like all my integers to be unsigned forever. Pretty sure that those aren't real numbers. They can't hurt me. It's all flat, baby. The error is wrong, yeah. Did you see this water shader? Have you seen how cool it looks? Oh yeah, you're in for a treat. So, we're making this island, but I was like, I'm looking for some reason to use this water shader. But this thing is next level. Check it out. Oh yeah. Yeah, I mean, let me send you the one of the truly most impressive Godot things I've ever seen. And his research that he does is next level. Yeah, he is. His he just pushes these out, never makes an update, so it's all up to us to kind of maintain it. Um Uh-oh, added a detail Claude. Greetings, folks. What's up, Hamza? We're just checking out some really cool shaders. Works on my machine. Doesn't work on this machine. Uh, this whole image GUI thing, I wonder if we can ditch it. I don't see the image GUI I think I can get rid of that image. Yeah, let's do this. I can just get rid of this whole thing. That's great. And none of this. No input. Image GUI. What about any other input? Okay. So close. I think there are some issues here. And I know it works over there, but it doesn't work here because... Let's see if it works in the editor. Once I add tool to this, it'll run in the editor. It's flat. There we go. All right, so as long as we have some extra coal, there we go. All righty, baby boy and girl, we're in business. Take the island that we created. We delete our, yeah, that's the carpet. Don't need to get rid of the carpet. This one is our old water shader. Drop in main. Problem here is we have two suns. We can actually copy this environment, or we can just let's save ours as island in case we need to come back to it. Then we'll just delete it. Okay. I wonder why the extra coal margin didn't make it here. Maybe we should roll a couple things back. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay, this is not helping. And the coal margin was on this mesh right here under the geometry. Then we need to do that. Here. There we go. So pretty odd. I'm just gonna chunk his machine. We're crashing, everyone. We're crashing. Our first crash of the night. Oh, it actually didn't crash. Incredible. I will tell you, we deserve a crash if we had gotten one there. Why is this at 15 decibels? Can we not have this set so high, please? It's probably being set somewhere by the audio. Why is it 15? Oh, interesting. Let's go 10. Okay, that's fine. What's filmic? Is filmic really that good? I like Aces better. And I liked our other environment a little more. It is 9 o'clock, folks. It's 9 o'clock. Shall we wrap it up? We've got something cool. Oh, yeah. The energy just completely changes, doesn't it? That's so cool. Just got back. You got the water to work. Yes, I did. Let's turn our sun up a little bit. We had a different sun, and you know, it's hard to know what direction this should face now. But yeah, maybe we just add some light to it. Make it a little more, just slightly yellow. Okay, it's got real yellow. That I didn't even put any yellow on that. They got hella yellow. Okay, so here we are on the island. Check it out. Yeah, that fog is a little too much, huh? We're crashing. We're crashing. No, we're let's get rid of the fog volume. Interesting. Yeah, I just kind of liked my environment better. I wonder if I could just load my environment. This one is already an environment, right? It's not saved. So let's save it as island ocean wave env. We're going to save that entire environment, and we're going to swap it out for my old environment, which was island. And now I know that there is a lot of brightness now. That is because we have probably 2 suns. No sun. Yeah, I'm gonna go with my gut on the sky and the sun and the we have a multiplier on this thing. I wonder if we did. Why is it glowing? Oh, it's exposure went all the way here. This is interesting. Okay, we're just gonna have to revert that. Let's play with it here. Okay, let's play with it here. So for one, let's get our own sun into the sky, and we're gonna point it with directional shadow on, tilt. We want it to come from the direction that the sun is in our skybox, right? It's tilting this way, so let's go. Crazy, transform, reset. Okay, it's just coming from straight out there, which is fine. But we need it to come from straight out there plus a little bit. And over there. And then we take this environment. We just tilt this Y value to change that. Okay. There we go. All right, we're getting there. Yeah. And we need to reduce the energy of it, of our sun. Our sun is too powerful. Yeah, I mean, we're crafting an entire world. And that's part of the fun. That's part of the power. Make some, should it be yellow? Should it be orangey? Should be a little yellow. A little red. Or the red sun. Where's orange on this? I give up. I'm not going to fuck with it. There we go. Okay. So that's looking good. I'm wondering if we can look at our sun again. Kind of give it a little more of a, like a, you know, a little higher in the sky. And turn it over here. That way that shiny piece doesn't, you know, hit exactly. This is just all in the, you know, these are all these levels are completely temporary. So I will make another mesh, and this is all for testing, and I'm just like testing. We're going 5,000. What you see there is the waves like coming over top of this brand new mesh that I made that's just sitting on top of everything. And we want this to sit right below the surface, duh. And now what it does is it kind of blocks that black bar that we were seeing. Let's keep dropping it. And we're going to take it down to 3,000, 2,000. 1,000? Where's the fucking sun? It's just a, if I fly up in the sky and look down on my island, can I see the sun? I can. It's interesting. All right. Does that say 10,000 still? Or? There we go. Okay. And now the reason we want this here is that we want to make a new material. And it's just going to fake being longer and wider than our ocean, our fancy ocean. So we just take a eye drop and we go like, we just want there. What's that? The sun? It's not going to be too hot being this close. I'm over 9,000. I reverted the eye drop. There we go. And we kind of want that to be a little more blue, don't you? We'll just take another eye drop. Yeah, it's actually not easy to color match because it's such a dynamic thing. But what we can also do is take the specular down a little. And then we can do some transparency. We can add alpha. And then pull this just a little. Oh, shoot. That's fine. I keep pressing the wrong button there. But let's just see what it looks like here. Okay. It's not really what we're looking for. We need something that matches the color better. But how do you match a dynamic color without? It's very moody. Yeah, I think you're right. I think we should be a little bit brighter, huh? So there's a couple ways to do that. We can increase the light. We can change the tone map. That's better. I mean, we do want it to be a little moody because, but yeah, that's going to be better. Here's the other thing we can do is we can get rid of this. We have to get rid of this extra mesh. This is not helping. And then we need to either raise the level of the water, which now that I think about it is actually a good choice. So let's try that. Take this whole thing, pull it up. That's just going to help cover up the horizon too, right? Let's see how that looks. Yeah, it's better. I definitely feel as if I am completely surrounded now. But when I go up to the top of the mountain, I'm going to be able to see the horizon, which is unintended. So now I can see it. And the reason that's happening is the water is below us, the horizon is on the horizon, and we have more view distance. So how are we gonna fix that? So it ruins the illusion. And there's a lot of like tricks and tips when it comes to game dev. And this is a case where I'll have to think about it. So it looked great where it was down there. We don't want to bring the whole thing up. Can you split the different needs a little more land for realism? Does it? You're right. Probably does. Yeah, I mean, there's some land. I can also make the waves smaller. Yeah, there's like no way this would be real, but is real even fun is the question, you know? You need real if it's going to be scary. I think, yeah, it can be, you know, there's a lot of different ways to design things to be creepy, scary. We have a lot of options available to us in terms of, I almost need like a panorama that goes all the way around. So my question is like, when I switch to the panorama that, the other one, the skybox, there we go. And his works because it has a full underground like system like that. The problem is his is so um bright and cheery. It's not. It's, and we're so far from the water. I've got to pull the water up higher so that it's impactful. You know, we're way above it. So maybe that's just the other answer is that, um, you know, our island is just sinking into the ocean and it's licking at our lips here, just, you know, just like. Why is it so it's sinking every time? I think there's a wave height setting. I need a nighttime scale. Yeah, I'm testing out his because his is daytime that oh, if I have a nighttime one, yeah, yeah. I just need one that's full because his is a surround sound one. You see it has the bottom reflection too. So mine that I really like, and it looks great. It's just the black on the bottom, and it's, you know, causing problems. Here's the other thing is that I think this water height is changing when it's not it's not respecting this transform on main, is it? Because every time I load in, it's way below us. Maybe it's like X position, that makes sense. There are a ton of options in this water shader here. I've got to. Um, there's wave parameters, cascade parameters, displacement, swell, spread, detail, foam amount, tile length, swell, spread, white cap, foam amount, performance parameters, high updates per second. because this is the weird part, because I can just raise this thing like to be like inside, hit save, and then when I go in, it seemed like it dropped. See, it drops to like, well, duh, why don't I just lower the fucking island? Because it drops to 0, 0, even if I have it at this height. So everything is based on 0, 0. Okay, basically, hello island. You are going to be reparented to new node, and this is called a new node called offset. Yes, we could have rising water. The storm swells, starts out calm, because these are pretty intense settings, but you can actually just adjust that with these parameters we were looking at, these waves. So we can go like in here. Let's do it in here. Okay, so you see how the waves are pretty high. We have settings here where we can change the wind speed to flat. We can change the wind direction. We can do swell. We can go down. The main one, we can reduce the swell. Oh, yeah, it's starting to look a little calmer. But let's not do that, because I like the defaults there. Okay, so we have our island offset. Everything is within this. We need to lower ourselves down, down, down to Maria's dead bones. That should cause basically some panic. And also solve our thing. You have sounds. I have lots of sounds on, but I was listening to music earlier, so I had them off. So, you know, you guys can hear them a little bit here. Oh, look at that water. Look at that shine on the water. That's so good. Should be a little more orangey, but I'm not going to fuck with it too much. And now everything is starting to fall into place. We need to disable the specular on this rock. You see how shiny it is? That's a problem with the Godot default texture. Yeah, I've been hoarding the sound all to myself. I even had to turn it down. It was too much. Give it a little metallic. Yeah, I mean, the immersion, sound is a very important thing I learned about game design. So when you can do a sound pass, it's like really beneficial. Without revealing, can you give me detail about the game? So our script writer is currently working on the script, so I can't actually tell you that much. I wish I could. Um, so that would be fun. But I don't know. I don't know a whole lot yet. We're just an architect. You know, that's just who we are. And we know how to architect. And there's like in Blender, you can like do distribute along and make these all fancy. And in my world, 3 of them. Fuck it. I wish I could tell you more, but you know, we have this previous apartment scene that we were working on, and the plot of the apartment scene, um, the script for this one was done earlier. I'm a little too tall now because I made myself taller for the island, but this apartment that you start in, you're kind of trapped in here with yourself, and there's an accident with a letter opener. Pick up the letter opener. Oh my gosh, my game is like losing it. But and you'll get a letter and cut your finger. When you cut your finger, it sets off this task, a series of tasks. Then when we go to the bedroom, you'll find there's a corpse in the bed, and I just made a black hole there right now. Just kind of creepy. And then I'm just too tall to get through the fucking door now. And there'll be like locked doors and stuff like that. And so that was the previous one, and now we're gonna move it to. I guess we're gonna move it to an island. So, I don't know. Okay, I've had a ton of fun here. We're gonna do this for like 10 more minutes maybe, and then we gotta ship it, send it over to the guy, get him to review. That's kind of interesting, isn't it, the way we've done this, these beams. I'm not sure if I dig it. With or without the beams, what should we do? Should we remove them? Should we add to them? Could there be a scenario where the beams are good and we should finish the roof? Is that a consideration, that the beams look that they're useful and they add to the, maybe with a skylight? Because I don't think we should just leave them as beams. It seems to me like they have to they need to be finished. It's true. It's true. It could be more impactful when we let's see if we can't just like clone one of these, tell its axis, the Z axis, to be really wide, and just fill in. So if we say like 20, boom. All right, 15, and just throw that on top. Does that make sense? Let's try it out. And maybe then it'll be even more impactful when you actually do like go outside. I'm just that good, you know? You just gotta, sometimes just gotta go for it. Then that means we have to change our lights. Our lights are a little bit too harsh now and not warm enough. Just see what that looks like. My apologies. No, I'm just teasing. Sometimes you're the best, sometimes the best gets you, you know, like it's interesting now that the sun like coming in through this triangle, so we'll have to block that off too, but yeah, it definitely feels more effective in terms of you know, being complete, you know. We want to open up a hole there too, I think, just because. Yeah, I think we need to make this smaller too. How do we fill that shape more or less? That's so interesting to me. Yeah. It's like building Legos. I loved Legos as a kid, right? Who didn't? Seamless. Skyhole. Is there a simple way to punch through this mesh without using a CSG? Anyone know? Like, anyone know? $12.226. 12.226. If they stop connecting, there's a dependency issue, huh? Like you've changed the order of your. No, or you've just messed something up with your Legos. Skylight. Operation, subtraction. That'll get some more sunlight in there. I think we have to have 3 of them or more. Nah, we shouldn't have 3. But we can basically use this one to delete the extra there. Or change it a little. Could be cool. Yeah, really fun, really fun. I mean, just why not, right? Center it a little bit. Oh, there's an extra here. A Skyhole Legos are stable. Code is usually full of weird bugs. You know what's funny in that I haven't actually done much code tonight, if any at all. I mean, I think I just like did some GitHub like pulling like, but I normally actually work on a lot of code. So it's kind of interesting you caught me on a night where we are flipping a ceiling around and pulling it over here, flipping it on this axis and pulling it into position. Just kind of funny. So mostly I do code. What do we do here? I was hoping I could flip this thing, but we can do 180. Yeah, I think that's best. And then we'll have to move the windows. Just move them around a little. So we'll delete this one. Grab these two. It's like I used to play The Sims too. I remember designing the homes, and that was my favorite part. I guess I've always liked building stuff, you know? I've never built anything really, like, especially nothing this involved. This is really my first entry into that. Yes, it should be done in Blender. I kind of like some asymmetry. Let's see what this looks like. You could ride the new cycle wave and market it eventually. Yeah, you're right. That's kind of cool. I like the asymmetry. Yeah. Cool, cool. And then we'll cover that up a little bit. We'll put a wall there. Yeah, I mean, that really wasn't on my mind, and like, you know, maybe people will make that connection, but I don't know what the script looks like yet, so I'll hold my judgment. Yeah, I think people will make that connection. I definitely think it's front of mind, so I don't really mind though. I think if the um, mystery is good enough, you know, there's not going to be. I love how I said I'd wrap up like 10 minutes ago, and I'm like, oh, well, you know what? We could do one more thing, and then we could do one more thing. It's not a bad problem to have. It's, you know, having fun. It's a good problem, like Ratchet Knight said. We got a chatter. He said, "Oh wow, it already looks like a game." No, not really, but maybe. You know, we're not gonna count it out yet. I need a CSG. Fuck you. Delete you. Because I want Windows. Why don't we pull this in here before we start? Blender is a little bit better for this because it has a 3D cursor, and you can say, bring this to me, bring this to my cursor, and there's better hotkeys and stuff, and box, and there are more advanced shapes you can use. I'm using a lot of boxes, but if we were doing something that needed, more nuanced geometry, we would want Blender like every time, right? And Blender has great compatibility with Godot. You can just drop in your Blender file and it will auto load it with collision. Just straight up import it for you. It's really nice. I've used Blender a lot, but like, yeah, if you're interested in 3D modeling and like kind of the workflow that I've shown here, this workflow is janky and for testing, but obviously if Blender interests you and you think that modeling or animating is cool, like by all means go for Blender. I think it's a great tool. I think you can do anything in it. You can do like Godot, it's one of the better like open source type things available out there, right? It's like just one of the best to learn. For me though, I don't have I know that learning Blender is probably like objectively the correct thing to do in this case. Um, Even with what I did tonight would be faster in Blender, but the time it takes to learn for me is a commitment to, you know, that would take me away from other things. And it's interesting because what this experience has taught me is that I really like doing this. So building environments might actually be something that I will be doing more of. And I've never built an environment, nothing like this. Um, like the closest one I think was, you know, like this rock environment that I built, which I like. It's underground, it's a tunnel, but I built it really quick. And yeah, you can see the geometry of this level is somewhat exported from Blender. And this was a bug that I had where my bones weren't coming along on the multiplayer instances. So yeah, environmenting is not something I've done a lot of, but I think it's super cool now. I could do it all day. And that's the other thing about game dev is I just love doing this stuff, and I do it all day. I'll do it all night. That's why I gotta call it quits soon, or else I'll be too tired for work tomorrow. We're gonna get a nice, beautiful window here. We're gonna get a really wide window. Have you played Peak? Peak is one of the inspirations for the game that I'm making with the mine carts. So yes, and I love Peak. I love Repo, Lethal Company, and I saw Peak having success. I saw like RV there yet having success, and I was like, you know what? I can make that shit. I can make that. It's not too late. There's plenty of room for everybody in these genres. People like to play these games. It's something that people are going to engage with. So I can make a multiplayer physics-based co-op game, like a friend slop, as they call it. So yeah, I like Peak a lot. This game is not Peak, but what if we extended this a little bit to like a dock? And this is where you arrive. Pretty dramatic. Or just put a light source there and just call it a night. Really like Peak 2. You are super talented. Can't wait to play your games. You're gonna have to wait a lot longer because it's gonna be a while because games take a long time. Uh, so thank you though. I appreciate that. That's a very nice thing to say. And I do like those games. I think Peak has some great pieces of it. Very charming. I enjoyed it. Think I would love to make a small game. I would love to make a game that people enjoy. I think I would sell it for like $2 or something, you know, or even free. But the one thing is that I'm gonna be doing this as much as I can, but I'm gonna have more of a job. I have to do my fucking job, and I don't want to do my job. But that's life. Water's so cool. Yeah, thanks. This is some good water, eh? Oh, yeah. We are making a secret island where there is going to be a series of puzzles. And we are moving the player into this like little dock here. We might just like make this dock a little bit thinner. Um, you know, I don't know. I think I'm gonna wrap it up. Not gonna worry about it too much, but yeah, I'm just gonna throw some lights on here. Throw a light up here, maybe. Just kind of. I don't really know exactly what these lights are gonna be. Yeah, that's kind of where we are, where we made it to. Let's pull this light back a little bit, or yeah, I like that color of that light. Maybe is that the back one or the front one? That's this is the back one. Yeah, let's throw the energy up here. There we go. It's a little brighter in here. All right, so now we're gonna move our guy to start on this little dock back here. So he is called a player, and we're just gonna throw him. We haven't done much designing, but we're kind of doing a level design thing. There he is. There's a yacht out there. There's one last thing we have to do. We have to make the yacht bounce like this, like kind of yes, and like there's a couple of ways to accomplish that. Let's make it look buoyant, right? Good night, Ratchet Knight. Thanks for stopping by. Have a good day. Because we've got to make this thing animated because there's no way around it, right? I think the simplest thing would just kind of make a little back and forth like this. Like we could tween the position very slowly. We could tween the rotation, kind of ease it, you know. Um, a tween is probably our best thing. I'm gonna create tween, and then when we have tween here, we know that we can get the documentation in here. And then get loops, set loops, Tween, between, tween, callback, interval finished. So Godot has built-in documentation, so makes it really easy to look something like this up. Let's say tween dot tween property rotation. There we go. We've got rotation. Tween is the act of going between two frames. So there's probably some good examples like in Google Image Search, tween animation example. And it's basically, that's a pretty bad one. Tween. Wow, these people. Not that. Woo! It's basically between two frames. So if you have a bike in this position and then you want it to go to that position, the tween is going to create all of the steps in between, and you can kind of tweak them to go as you like. So here's another one where you start on this example, you program B, C, and D in positions that you want, and then it's going to figure out that, oh, he wants it to go down, and he wants it to go up, and then D, so it'll kind of smooth out two positions. So we're going to take rotation, and we have a vector 3 that it does dot 0, where it is, and then the duration. So 5 seconds. We're going to go over 5 seconds. We're going to try to tilt a bit. And then we're going to say from a position vector 3 dot 0. Okay. So what does that mean? We can look at the boat and we can say it is oriented in space in this manner where X is going to be forward, because that's how they've programmed it. And when we transform, we have all these options. All node 3Ds, which is everything in 3D, has these position, rotation, scale. And I'm very familiar with like editing scale, up and down, doubling, reducing. We did that a lot tonight. We did our positioning. Y is up and down. This is forward, backwards, but we haven't done much rotation. So I take this and we can just pull this and see, oh, that's not the position we want. Maybe we do want a little bit of that rocking, but we definitely don't want to hit X. We should try Y. Left and right, not quite. Finally, Z should rock us back and forth. Yeah, that's kind of what we're looking for. So we think that that might be our best bet. So we're going to take a Z value of 7, 10. Okay, perfect. So we've recorded our test with 7 and 10, or 7 and 7. And we're going to go back to the tween script. And we're going to say we want rotation vector 3, and we will say from vector 0. We thought 0 in the first position, 0 in the second one, but the last one is going to be -7. And then we're going to do from 10. So that should kind of just do that, like kind of rocking. Maybe 10 is a little extreme. Let's try 6 there on the positive Y. And we're not sure this will work perfectly, but we need to tween set loops. Fuck it. Let's do it 100 times. And then we also want tween to set ease. These are in ease in out. Like, this is pretty common stuff. So let's do ease in out. Yeah, we'll ease both, like from both directions, and hopefully it'll go. I think out in is better, right? We'll test. So the way we test is we can add the tool annotation to the top of the script, and then when we save that, it'll turn blue, and it should then do the thing when we reload the scene. Hell yeah! That's exactly not what we wanted, but it's moving. I'll be right back because I gotta go to the bathroom, and then we'll fix this. You what? I can't hear. Oh, you did? I thought one was missing, but I couldn't tell. Yeah, there is one missing. Thanks for getting oranges, little bud. Those are good. You want one? You want an orange? Yeah. Let's fix this. We are going all the way around. All the degrees are happening. obviously we want to try something less extreme. Let's see what happens when we just do it from 0 and reload that scene. So it wants to go all the way to -7. It just doesn't know which direction to go. I think because of the way the rotations are working, this shouldn't have any better effect. I think we might need a little help. Yep, it's doing the same damn thing. That's not. It's going the direction we want, but what we want to do is go once from this to that. But why would it go all 360? I'm kind of confused. No, I don't use a lot of AI in this case. I kind of want to learn, and I think what's going on here is when we do transforms, there are different types of 3D transforms. And so while we say, oh, become rotation vector this, obviously that vector that we're providing as a transform here is not the correct one. So before I go to Claude, and yeah, like Claude is the best one. I typically want to try a couple other things, but I know that I've chosen rotation and then a vector here, and now this property on the transform might be rotation, but you see there's like these Euler, quaternarian, basis, rotation order, x, y, x, y. I'm thinking kind of in like degrees, and this is like 400 is not a valid. 400 is not a valid like place I want to go. It's going to 401. And I've said 7. What I think I've done here is probably a bad value. Rotation degrees. This is edited in degrees. If you want to use degrees in a script, use rotation degrees. There we go. How about that? Just read the docs. So I hovered this and I've done vector here. I know that's fine, but that's basis rotation. So if we want rotation degrees. So that's going to be better, just generally. So this should be a more gentle rocking. That now Claude could have gotten us there, but we'll just do the exact same thing we did. And then yeah, let's try that. And then tween.set loops. Now it could still revolve. I'm not sure it won't, but hopefully it goes back. Yeah, okay, that's good. So what this does is this means that we need to ping pong. Yeah, absolutely. We could do this. We could do copy this. We could actually do tween dot parallel. So we could add it into the same X. We could just, but this would allow the X motion to be on a different time frame if we do it parallel. So we changed this, but it did look good with some X, but less, right? So -3 to 3, and then this value right here is 5 seconds. We can do that with like 8 seconds. And then we need ping pong. So tween dot. So sometimes, you can just go through here. We've got like bounce, tween, callback, process mode, spring, between, property, subtween. This one I'm not 100% sure on how to basically go to a point, stop, travel back, unless we did a bunch of callbacks. But I'm pretty sure there's a way to set it to um, essentially use ping pong. Loop mode, maybe. There's like a loop mode, perhaps. Process mode, pause mode, loop, loop, loop. Linear transition types. Those are really nice transition types. Chain. Okay. I like set parallel. We can do that. And then we can chain to go the opposite way. We could do that. But it's also good just to know what's available too. Tween dot boomerang. Yeah, boomerang is a great way to describe it. Good point. All right, let's see. Call this argument. Call back tweener. I think it's called ping pong in animations, but linear sign, set transition. I don't think we have it here. I think we're going to have to double up interval. Subtween. That's cool. Yep, none of it mentioned Godot, tween, boomerang. Or tween ping. Yeah, ping pong is a more common. Ping pong. On tween completed. Doesn't exist. Interesting. This was from 2020 though. On tween completed, we go tween values invert. How about that? That's a cool little um I don't know if it's compatible with our loop thing. But this is really useful because we're writing code to animate rather than so let's see what it looks like with one for now. It's not parallel. There we go. Let's try that. Order matters here. I think maybe they're overriding each other, so we'll just do it simple. Also, we're just kind of running up against time limits. So we need inverts on both our x and y. Because this invert is just an array function. That makes sense. That, I think it's callback. It's getting a little complicated. I'm just gonna do this real quick. Just make sure everything still works. Yeah, it's rocking quite nicely with the X, right? Yeah, one more time. The old thing. Reverse. That would be better. I don't think we need to do that. We need to multiply them by value. It's so bad now. This is getting bad, everybody. This is getting bad, okay? We've really got to wrap it up here because oh yeah, I mean, I cannot append to a tween that has started. I think the way I've got a couple of different things is he's got to start here, interpolate property. Oh, we just need a simple tween, loop tween. Ping pong, tween. This looks a lot cleaner, right? Alrighty, I think I'm gonna finish this tomorrow because it is 10 o'clock and I'm very excited about this, but we want to get this clean rather than like 10 different lines. I think we can get it down to like 2 lines. I'm just going to do that off stream though and come back with a solution. And we're going to check it out. Send it over to my buddy who's writing the script. Hopefully they'll be excited. Thank you guys for joining. Yeah, check out the YouTube, check out Twitter, and thanks for hanging and making the product better because we got something really cool cooking here and there. We'll check it out later.